Very well. Is my mic not close enough? Okay, that sounded better. In that case, let's get started. Today, we're going to start with a couple of small tasks as like a warm-up, and because I feel like I just want to get them done while they're in my head, and then we're going to rebuild the button given our new TexQuadBatch. That will be much more flexible than what we've got now. So we'll talk about what we did to implement the first button as like a bootstrap placeholder button. We'll make some updates to it. I also did notice a bug yesterday in the button. So that will be something we need to look at. But yeah, so let's take a look at our journal. We're going to call that one done. Okay. So we're going to speed up the rotation of the animation of letter animation. We're going to add the rotating animation to the letters in the guesses. That shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind about that. Fix button not releasing when mouse up. Not button. I think that came in when we were refactoring a whole bunch of input handling stuff. Not too surprising. So there's three easy ones. We are going to refactor sandbox into methods. It's getting cluttered in there. It's harder to see what I'm doing, so just refactor that a little bit. Then we will completely rework. Actually, this one's in our to-do list. Oh, we'll see how long these other things take. So let's do this. We're gonna fix. Let's see. 3 animations, a cleanup, small refactor. This is a bug. Refactor sandbox into methods. Then we'll do this one. So there, I think that's the plan. Looks a little busy. But I think we can do it. First one's dead simple. The second one's a little bit more painful. The third one shouldn't be too bad. The fourth one, okay, so we might be able to get through the first 4 in what, an hour and a half? Maybe faster, maybe slower. Testing the animations is always a little bit slow. And then yeah, just leave us with a few hours to work on our button updates. So let's get started. We're going into the game scene. And we're going to where spin happens. Instead of 1 1/4 seconds, we're doing it in a 1/4 second. Um, 1/4 second? Maybe half second. Let's see what 1/4 second looks like. Let's just speed that up. It's not like a big task, but you know, I'll throw it in the to-do list at the end of the day when I was thinking about it, so I don't forget. Test. So what we're testing is, there we go. If we have a bunch of stuff selected and we switch between notebooks, whoop, oh, that's nice. Whoop. Maybe a tiny bit too fast. A 1/4 second at 30 frames per second means you have 7 frames to fully rotate. Let's go with 375. Let's make it a little tiny bit slower. Just a little bit. Oh, that's nice. Oh, so nice. Okay, so that's done. The next thing is when we switch between these notebooks. Let's see here. Let's do that and that. We also want these to rotate and not fade. I want it to all rotate. I think we'll save the fade in out for level change. So that when we have everything go up, like if we totally cheat, it goes up, it comes down. Maybe we'll do a fade for everything instead. I don't know. Undecided. But we need to make those letters spin. So let's copy this as a good starting point in the next place where spins happen. But not sure why spin is here instead of after the drop bounce. Okay, leave that then. Simple fade, fade in out. Drop bounce is the most complicated one. Spin will be somewhat complicated as well. These are getting a little crowded. Give them a little space. These don't matter, they're not that good. These ones, let's space them out a little bit. Okay. Spin this one. Okay, so here, what we did was we said, give me the vertices of the quad in the text that we want to change. So let's do that. We're going to get our action sequence. We're going to get our quad vertices. The animation, duration, easing method, those are all the same. The range will be the same. Sure. Except, here we go. Double theta equals this number. We're not doing text rotate, we're not doing that. What we will do is text point to set quad vertices, quad index. Where did we get quad index from? Now I don't remember. Where's that? Must be outside the switch statement. Quad index of letter. Okay, so that's where that comes from. So that's good. Set quad vertices to something. Should be about 8 points, right? 8, 0, y0, x1, y1, x2, y2, x3, y3 should define the quad. Okay, but we have to do math. So one thing we're going to do is we're going to compute a center point. And since these are letters, So one thing we can actually keep, actually discarded a line we can keep, is the color change here. Keep that line. So there's the color, except it's text.22 set. Letter color set. I don't remember. Do that up here somewhere. Set quad vertices. Set quad color, quad index select color. Okay, so text set quad color. The quad index. So we need to capture text, we need to capture quad index, we need to capture the last color and the current color. There. We get our angle of rotation relative to where we started. Then each of these points we need a center. Double center x equals x0 plus x1. We go top left, top right. Divide by 2. I mean, we could sum these all up in case we were working with something that's not a quad, not a rectangular. Does it matter? I mean, it's not going to cost us anything to compute to speak of. It's 3 divided by 4. Change x for y. 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, so when we want to transform a point, rotate a point around another point. Blah, 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 unbelievable. Translate oh. Oh, good. Somebody did it without using matrices. Okay, so we're going to get our... Pretty sure we have math in here. So... double S equals sine of theta. Cosine B cosine of theta. Let's swap those. So you do x coordinates first. Translate the point back to the origin. So for each of these points, let's see, maybe call this origin x. What the origin we want to rotate around? Minus OX. Minus OX. Minus OX. Minus OX. We are going to make this. So let's. Okay, where did we capture get quad vertices? I guess we need to capture all those. X0, Y0, X1, Y2, X3, Y3. Goodness, that's becoming unwieldy. Okay, y1 minus o sub y. We may have to flip the o sub y subtractions. We're not going to do that just yet. Minus o sub y. There we go. Okay, so that's piece number 1. Our new x is our translated x times c. Oops. Times our cosine minus our translated y times sine. Then we have to translate the whole thing. Okay, so let's just do the same thing here. X naught minus O sub x sine plus our translated y times cosine. So that's what a pair will look like. Pair of points, except that this whole thing gets the origin x and the origin y put back in. That's it. We just need 4 copies of that too. So we're gonna 0 to 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Come on. 0 and 2. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 and 3. 0 and 3. And if we did all that right, that may just work. Okay. I remember now why we had this break here. And why we had spin up above. Okay. So, color should animate the same. This one I have to do a bit of math, but honestly, it's not that bad. Let's see what happens. Letter index. Huh. Oh, it's this one. Different tag. That's correct. Set tag. All right. Doom, doom, doom. Okay, honestly, this one probably needs to get a bit of spacing added. That all lines up nicely, so it's good. This one seems a little long, I guess. Okay, let's just compile it. And we'll do a test. If this works that quickly, I will be ecstatic. Nope, we did everything right. Play. Prime on codes. Released right. Oh wow, interesting. You have all 5, so those are all gone. We can do logic based on any number of these words, so why don't we it worked. Oh nice. Not bad. Okay, so let's do this. Notebook 2. We want MO not N, then M not O N to MON. Okay. If we made those assumptions, then these words. Oh, come on. There we go. Prime. That one. That one. Those are wrong, so that's out. If we come over here, there's contradiction there, so it has to be N and O. T is in, RH is in, no P, no U. North, huh? But if we want to switch between. Oh, that looks so much better. I like that better than the fading out. Oh, yeah. I like it. Ooh. Be thorns then. Okay. I like that animation way better. That is a cool animation. So let's do this. Journal. We sped that up. We added letter animation rotations to the guesses. Let's save that. Look at that. 2 wins already. We're 15 minutes in the stream. I haven't even got my beverage all the way ready yet. Git add. That's an actual list of the journal. Not this one though. Go to the other entry. Rotating the letters. Animation set to 0.35 seconds. Guesses on the bookshelf. Now have rotating letters as well. Looks better than the fade in out. Sure. And even just having more options to choose from. Like it's nice to have a library. I've got 4 animations in there for ways of changing the letter color. All just work. I get to pick which one I like. So nice to have a little library of those. Notebook changing letter. Switching notebook. Changing colors. Now fully animated with spinning letters. Boom. All right, journal. Okay, so the deduction letters are very poppy in that animation. It's not a huge deal, but if we throw an animation in there now, we can swap it out later, make it different. But yeah, it's very, very pop. I'm thinking of fade in out for that one. Because the letter itself has to change, not just the color. Unlike the alphabet and the guesses. So let's go in game scene. Set the change deduct. Oh, what's it called? deduction space. Show copy, blah, blah, blah. Like those. Those will have to go away once we get better buttons. Those will, well, buttons. Yeah, maybe it'll be a button. Deduction space, show texts. So is this in the function? Nope, that's next level. Finish level, not interested. Update unmarked characters. Guess. Reject preset characters. Clear deductions. Okay. So this one in button clear. Okay, so I'm gonna write myself a couple minutes here. Clear deductions is one. Okay, copy deduction space. It's right next to. Okay, fine. Show deduction space. This is the one that matters. Okay. There. Okay. All right. What I'm thinking is everywhere where I do this or set it to the hyphen, we write a wrapper function around that functionality. Getting my gum ready for the day while I think about it. Okay, so we need a new function. Game scene. Void change. Deduction letter. Give me the character. Give me the index. Or index. Call it new char. So show deduction space. I'm going to ask if game context use animations is set. If it is, we do one thing. Otherwise, we do this. Reduce letters at the index, set the text equal to the new character. So this then is change deduction letter at this to this. And that is a good place where we can just test to make sure we didn't break anything. So show a deduction space. I'm going to change between deduction journals. AK Elements is raiding with a party of 3. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. Working on buttons. Yes, we will shortly. We're starting with some small tasks, doing a little animation, and then yes, we're going to remodel our buttons. So when we first made the buttons, we used color quads. So each of the, let's see here, let's bring it up. We're ready to test, right? So when we made the buttons, we're using 5 different quads, 4 for the bevels, 1 for the center, and we set the color as just a color. But we just did textured batch quads. So now we can handle 1 texture, UV coordinates, and do something a little bit less early 90s. So we're going to be reworking buttons in a little bit. Right now what we're working on is animation of characters that we've decided are in. If we clear the space, it pops really hard. When we change between deduction workspaces, like when we click one of these new notebooks, that pops while everything else animates. So we're going to make these not pop so bad. Then we'll get into buttons. Yeah. So that's the plan. You doing more of your materials handler, I think it was your materials handling, right? Was it a good stream today? So probably should give a shout out. I don't think I knew about shout outs in the beginnings. Ooh, PBR today. The BRDF function. Yeah, I've never implemented it. I watched a video on it once and I was like, wow, this is outside my realm of expertise for sure. But I think in 2 or 3 games we'll get around to that kind of thing. I'm trying to stay as absolutely low level, bare bones basics as I can for now. So yeah, welcome aboard. Thanks for the raid. I saw you you got your affiliate. Congratulations. I've got everything I need except for an average watch time or average number of viewers. It's too low. Which I guess is fair. I'm working at not the most interesting level for most people. Okay, so that's one place where we change deduction letters. Let's look for where else we set. Here we do. Oh. I know. How long do you streamed it already? So this is I'm halfway through my 6th week. So I've only been in here for 5 weeks. About 5 hours a day, Monday through Friday. I think that I may have some time zone challenges since I stream not in the evening as much. But like I said, I'm not in a huge hurry. I'm not sure how long I want to keep streaming. Like I'm doing it as a way to keep my focus. so I don't, go off and browse YouTube videos or whatever it is people do these days. And so I stay focused on project. I have a tendency to bounce from project to project, so more as a self-discipline tool than I want to get famous and filthy rich off the internet. I would not mind getting filthy rich off of selling games, but I'm pretty sure my first game is not going to be the top seller, which is why we're keeping it simple. Yeah, you do the learning process on a simple project. So in clear deduction. So here's one where we set text. So this will be, oops, what was it called? Show deduction space. Change deduction letter. That's what I want. Self a note. Streaming keeps me motivated, focused on the engine too. Before that, I was always on YouTube playing games myself. Yeah. Actually, for me right now, the hard part is not coding my project after the stream goes down. Like, oh, I could work on this. Oh, I could work on this. I'm trying to make sure that. Okay, so here's another reason I'm doing what I'm doing. I have some nephews that claim they want to learn how to program. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know if you guys you understand what that means, right? It's like I tell a lot of people, like being a good programmer usually means you're just too pig-headed, stubborn to stop programming. Like you have a bug, you're frustrated, you hate it, you hate yourself for having made it in the first place, you can't figure it out, and you just won't stop poking at it until you get it figured out. So by doing it this way, everything's the hard way for me for right now. Doing it all at the lower level, learning things that I haven't used OpenGL since college, back in the good old GL begin end days. So I'm kind of relearning OpenGL. Hopefully they can see just how many hours it takes to get anything done. So lots going on. Okay, so clear deductions. Change deduction letters at the index. And we want to set it to no minus sign. Should be fine. So that's clear deductions. Show deduction space. Here's where we want to set text. Right here. Dum, dum, dum. What else do I need? So basically I'm changing everywhere where we were setting the letters we deduced to go into a function, then we'll add the animation stage in there. Is that really it? I just want to check here. Bounding rectangle stuff. Render, fine. Mouse press handler's fine. This is during the initial game setup, so that's fine. We don't need to animate anything there. Set text on next level. This does not need to be animated because everything is off screen or invisible. Move things, set text. What's this in? Okay, so this is if we're the first time loading in. We set that text, we don't need to animate that. Finish the level, we move things. Update unmarked characters in guess. Blah, blah, blah. So here, change, is this, yeah. Change deduced letter, deduction letter at the index to our character. Okay, and the other is letter clipped. Change the deduction letter index to the character. This one is, yep, so change deduction letter. This index to a character. Set letter state. Okay, so this one, yeah. Change deduction letter index to the character. Set color, that's fine. Set color is fine. Set color we don't care about. Rectangles. Pretty sure this is animation and stuff. Oh, set text. Oh, no, that's fine because that's not animation. This is the tail end of an animation. So that's fine. Rectangles, this is layout stuff. Okay, so I think we've got it. Everything should be in that function now, and we can do the animation. We have done that. Okay. So everything compiles and runs. Yeah, so this is not looking to set up animations. This is how the behavior will be if there are no animations. It'll look just like it did before. Okay, so if we hit this button, that's fine. Mark all those as invalid. Mark a whole bunch as valid, and those pop in. Goes away. Yeah, so we haven't broken anything. They're still very poppy though. But now everything we need is in the right area. Okay. We're just gonna grab these off top. I need 3 actions in this sequence. We're gonna tell it it's a unique wait. So if somebody tries to start another animation on this character while it's already busy, it will not. So create a letter code for that bad boy. Tag deduction letter change 151. plus 5 letters. Plus the index. That is it. Okay, then what we're going to do. So we're going to say sequence new action sequence. New, it's here. Set play animation. Is that what we call this? So the first action we do will be to do a thing. That will be, we're going to fade the color of the letter This is just a text object. Letter, which we will capture. We want the letters color. Do I have access to that? Text. That file. CPP. Oh, interesting. I don't actually have a way of getting the color out of there. All right, no fonts. Color reference, color. Storing that? We are storing that. And underscore color. Easy peasy. Easy. Okay. Call this color 1, color 2, from color 1, and color 2 dot set. No, it's probably going to do it this way. C dot red, C1 dot green, C1 dot blue, 0. Okay, so we need letter, we need C1, we need C2. We're going to use color A2, color, just color. That's not right, I don't have that cursor. Quick to set range from C1 to C2. I actually have to capture it. And the apply looks like this. Letter .2 set color equal to color C, which should be interpolated between That should be that animation. Then the third thing we do is the same thing but in reverse. So it's going to set immediate. It's going to do letter. I guess the character. All we do is letter set text modulus C, comma, new char, friends, semicolon, blah, blah, blah. So what we're going to do is we're going to animation. Set duration should be quick. All right, see what that does. So we're going to fade the characters out, set the text, fade them back in. That's my plan. Yes, action sequence. This is a interview reference. I guess I called it something different. I should get more consistent about the get versus not get. Someday I'll have a clear picture in my mind of what that needs to be. Same thing. Okay, now fades in, fades out. If it's blued, if it's already selected, it maintains that. Fade, fade, fade. Whoa, that wasn't very good. Pop, pop. Ugh. Does that mean show deduction space is probably doing something wrong? So let's take a look at it. Oh, it's this one. This is the problem. I'll bet it's this. Actually, well, let me think about this. Actually, don't think I want either of these to happen. We'll try that. Play. Okay. We can pretend like we reduced some things. That all looks fine. Else. Try that. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, so at the end of this, we have the index of the last deduction letter we added. So for int deduction for nothing to deduction letter index less than 5. So this try that. All right, gonna head out. Yep. Thanks for dropping in. Always appreciate your visit. Talk to you later. Oh. Double increment. All right, I think that is just about this feature. All right, those go away, those go away. IES is all in, AD is out, TR is in, P and O are out, as is the letter N. Okay, so that's not quite right. That is way less poppy. That looks better. So go to workspace 3. So I double clicked lines. Okay. So that didn't increment, which is probably most of the problem there. So when we, so this looks better. What else do we need? We need double click. No. Set callback. Double. Here we go. Left click is accept. So in here, this is not incrementing the deduction index correctly. Um, this is definitely the area of concern. All right, fine. Int deduced letter index. So let's see here. So we set up an index to say, here's where we were. And when we get a new letter that's an accept, we walk through the deductions from there on up to 5. If this is that, then reduced letter index equals index plus 1. We'll try that. And the last test is to make sure everything works with animations turned off. Make sure that I didn't change the logic too much. Okay. No S, no T, no U. D is in. Okay, so letters were not being removed correctly. S goes in. Okay. Interesting. So now double clicking on a letter fast enough leaves me in an awkward state. Shoot. This was supposed to be easy. Okay. So some issues remain. So one, removing an accepted letter causes a double flash, so that's awkward. Then when we click again, ugh, yeah, there's issues here. Shoot, this was supposed to be easy. Alright, so letter clicked. There are clearly some issues here. Letter is clicked. What do we do? We increment. Set letter state. Which means what? The problem is if I double click. Hmm. Okay, two possibilities. To fix this. This should have been done faster. But we keep doing this, where we're asking for the text element when we could just store it separately outside of that. Underscore deduced letters. String of 5 characters. game elements. Used letters. Like that. Not equals, but okay. Now everywhere where we were asking deduced letters for information, next level, so we have to be careful here. Deduced letters string equals hyphen. That's an animation. Okay, here is another one of those where we clear things. Just reduced letters index equals move by. Okay, so here we can do that. So instead of walking through our visible text, we're walking through an internally managed string, which does reflect what the animation of a deduced letter will be. So again, if this string is here, string first thing we're going to do is underscore deduced letters string subindex equals new character. So whenever new animations get queued up, we'll be comparing against this string, and the visual will come in time. Text color, text color, text color, rectangles, movement. Okay, so this swap letter in the 0th element of the sequence. In animation of 1, this sequence being created Okay, so it's three of them. This order produce letters strings of index 1. What's this? Low effort Z. Do you have some sort of ECS? I'll have to be writing my own GUI too. ECS, Engineering Consulting Services, Education Commission of the States. Write your own GUI. Oh, entity component system. Nope. I do not have an entity component system. In fact, right now we're not even really doing like a generic game object system. It's literally I add the objects I want, and then I manage the update and render without them being in a generic list. Because lots of reasons. Mostly I wanted to do it without all the fancy schmancy tech and just see how bad it is. And for a game like this, it's not bad. I know every quote-unquote entity of the system. So I don't have to be generic. I add abstractions when I need them, which will probably be the next game. Traditional user interfaces are done. Well, that is a good question. I'm kind of making it up as I go. I've used a lot of Qt and a good amount of Unity. So that's about all the experience I have. But if you have any questions, yeah, I'm happy to talk you through anything. I'll be of limited use with things I haven't done yet, but there's things like buttons and text. I'm familiar. If you're doing an OpenGL or something else, you have your event loop, and you can either look for key press, key raises events, or you can write your own event handler system. If you're using OpenGL, a lot of people start with IM GUI. Once I finish getting sidetracked, I might have questions. Yes, that's how we roll here. All the sidetracking. I was going to start on buttons, but instead I've gone down a rabbit hole instead, so. Yeah, let me know what your questions are. I'm happy to talk through any kind of process. A lot of times, the questions I get are things that I've only semi-thought of, so I'm thinking about them more deeply as I talk. And then when I actually run into things, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. I've thought about this before. We've talked about it. So, always good to talk through questions. Let's see. Okay, so basically, we say swap these letters. I'm just going to swap them here. Then we can do all kinds of fun animations. Those are like pre-swapped. I can definitely talk you through what I've done About to change all my passwords to generated ones and switching to password storage. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'm bad. I have like a set of fixed passwords that I use that's reasonable in size. And then I just use one of those from the set every site. And then for websites that need special attention, I put those in like an Excel spreadsheet. I'm really bad. The modern world has not made life more convenient in a lot of ways. One could argue. Like I have a whole email account just dedicated to signing up for stupid websites. I want access to a resource. Oh, you have to sign up. Well, but I'm never going to interact with you again. I've asked my question. I'm done. So why then? Do I, I don't want to fill my normal email box full of spam. So I have a throwaway account. Now that's crashing. Oh, better do clean. Wouldn't even be that bad if the password rules actually made any sense, but a lot of the password rules are actually less secure than. Oh, let's see here. That's time for a comment. XKCD. Yeah, here's the obligatory XKCD comment for password strength. And of course, let's see here. This one. Passutool is actually developed by WireGuard Dev. And here's the other XKCD comic. So one of the problems with a password vault is sure it stores them all locally and securely, and you can have as random set of crap as you need to for your password, but all those passwords are hard to remember, but then you're going to set an easy to remember password for your vault itself, which then brings us to the second XKCD comment, which I just put in the chat. If they find you and they grab you, they only need to get one password out of you, and then they've got into your password vault. So it's still a single point of failure. In fact, it may be worse, because now instead of them having to get multiple passwords out of you, you only need one. Then they can find out what accounts you have. I don't know. Security is not my thing. Any letters in this one, is there? But okay, so if we click too fast, we're still getting caught with the alpha channel badly. Which I think is okay, because we can fix that easy enough. Here, where we get color 1, we're going to say C1.alpha equals 255. We're just going to hard code it in. Not really afraid about physical access to me. Well, that's funny because that's how almost all real hacking happens. Almost all. The big spectacular ones you see, yes, those are some crazy person who has spent the last 5 years embedding multiple malicious pieces of code into a compile toolchain package manager setup as hidden as a test. But most of the time it's human error. Most hacks. Like every time you get an email from your bank or from someplace where you have an account, they're like, oh hey, we've been hacked. We offer some services to not fix your life at all. Those are all human error. There's almost nothing interesting about those hacks. Unless you're really into that social engineering side of things. Like, I can't deny some of those YouTube videos about the social engineers. Pretty fun to watch. But that's not really how most of the problems are. The human element is always the weakest link. Which is why most modern security practices will never fix anyone's problem. Okay. That all looks fine. Hey. Okay. That is good. I think we're done now with this feature, finally. Good heavens. That was more painful than I thought it would be. Okay. Oh, but we need to test one more thing. We have to make sure that if the animations are off, everything still works. So if we double click, swap, TL, okay. Change, clear. Everything looks good there. Back to settings, animations on. Play, okay. So the one thing we didn't test well was the swap function. KM, MK. Let's see, can we get a letter in here? Oops. Y, S. It's keeping up. I think it's good. All right. Journal. Production. Letters now animating with fade in out to be less. Okay, those are just some warm-up items. We're going to be dealing with buttons. So we're going to get everything. Word library CPP was changed. I don't think so. It wasn't meant to be. Oh, CRLF will be replaced by line feed. Okay. This doesn't actually change anything. Okay. Let's see here. Edit animation to deduction letters. Boom, done. Yeah, social engineering way more likely. I had my email details leaked actually way back though. Yep. Fun times. Things start getting all the spam. No fun. Alright, buttons are not releasing. Let's show what this is about. If I click, it goes to an active state. And if I go off, it's not releasing. So that's a bug. So mouse release is not contained. So it's going to return false if it contains it. Otherwise, if the mouse is released anywhere. Actually, if the mouse is released anywhere, we just always raise the button on mouse release. Is that it? Is that my problem? These days, too cynical to trust any of the services that would be much value. Yeah, for sure. Services. Well, and even that's made somewhat worse, right? Because of OAuth 2. You can now log into all sorts of things with your Google account, which means, again, because there are so many passwords, we now have password vaults. They're so unreadable, they're so unusable, and now we just say, look, go ask Google if it's okay. So if they get your one password, again, we've reduced the into a single point of failure again. Oh, what am I doing? This is not what we're testing. We can test it here. Down, up, down, hover. Okay. Click. Release. Okay. Fixed. Nice. Fixed the bug. Now goes to up state whenever mouse button is released. Boom. Fixed. All right, so we're going to be working in the sandbox. We're going to put buttons in there, which means step one, we're going to go to our application, which is in source, of course, and main menu is not the single mode. Oops. We want the one labeled sandbox. We're just going to pop straight into sandbox. Then we're going into sandbox. And we're going to add some functions. because it's just getting too crowded. So we're gonna do like all this stuff. If I had it cleverly tucked away inside of some functions, then this file, which is now 600 lines, like I wouldn't have to be scrolling through as much again for that stuff and commenting it in or out. So as far as I can tell, do layout only does that, so we're not going to touch that. On render, so we want to render UV testing, render animations, and render affine testing. Render UV test, render animation test, render affine test. This goes to the U. Well, let's scrap all of it. UV test. Animation test only uses the color quad. Affine test does use a few things. Okay. So this is render UV test, render animation test, render line test. Done. Turning all those off. Layout is fine. This is the update function. Good heavens. Yeah, the update function is where we put a lot of our testing workhorse. The other half is in initialize here. Boom. Where are we at? Oh, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Not doing too bad. Just a bit of refactor. We'll get to work. I think, however, it's time for a restroom break. Be back with you shortly. Okay. Dum-dum-dum. Audio's back on. We're back live. Okay. These testing of UVs. Testing of fine. Testing animations. That is not in the same order I had those other things. So I would like to take that. Oh. Animations actually. Oh. Okay. Testing UVs. That's really the short answer, right? To private helper functions. Go down here. I'm just trying to clean up a little bit the sandbox scene here. For those interested, we will be diving into re-engineering our button visuals shortly. So these will be commented out. So UVs, animations, fine tests, all good. Clear color. So I make the sandbox scene a different color so it never gets mistaken for anything else. It's a nice blue. Let's see here. Back button works fine. Okay. So this is testing UVs. So down here where we have the render, we're also going to have init. Render init. Oops. There we go. Oops. Do layout. Suppose we can do our layout here. So we will init UV test, init render or animation test, and the body test. Things are just getting too cluttered. What I should do is after I run a batch of tests, I need to clean it up like this. Do I want to be draconian about each test? Must implement these things? I don't know. Sounds tests. I have to think about that. It's the UV test. Boom. There. It's basically that. Fine testing. Okay, so sound needs a new. Let's go down to init of fine. Okay. lastly, init the animations. There. Oops. Okay. Init UV test, init animation test, init file test. Knock those all out of the way. The sounds, though, this is my update function. We'll have to pull those all out. Render function. Do layout really doesn't matter. That way down to the bottom. The sounds testing, I do want to keep around. Okay. So we're going to need an init sounds test. There's no render to be done there. At all. Sandbox. UVs. Here we go. And we recorded sounds. Oops. Because we may want to come back and re-enable all of these tests at various points as we refactor things and rewrite them. I think it's really just 2FA across the board. Okay. Now we need an update function. For most of these, let's just make one for each. Find init, copy it, paste it, change init for update. Yes. Oh, interesting. Init, update render, init, update render, init, update render. Yes, that's a big function. It is a mess. So init UV test. Here's where we need update sounds test. Init update update animation test. Init update and test. Do on update. So that's UV stuff. presses. Oh, sounds. Well, that's part of the animation. Oh dear. Some of these elements are used for both animation and forward. Okay, well that's fine. We can put the sounds back in if we feel like it. Tab, right, color Z / animation update. Okay, so update animation test. It also uses the sounds, so I guess we put that in animations as well. We init sounds init at least this much for init animation. Okay, I think. Okay. Back in here. So update and underscore boom. All right, so if we get the fine tests, this is the sound update here. Done with right. Yep. Sounds, more sounds, all the sounds. Okay. Now, these are small helper functions that go, I guess, before init, etc. Now on update. Update sounds test, update UVs test, update animation test, update fine test. Boom. Animations. Okay. Now I can build up a new test, adding function calls in 3 places and some new members in it. Okay. So in theory, our scene should now be empty, should do nothing, because we've basically commented out all the interesting bits. And we're putting do layout here on render. Right there. And everything. Let's see here. Do we have any? Okay, good. Okay. Morning mission. That's okay, that's fine. Okay, small refactor. Here we go. Make sure it runs. And there's nothing that should happen on any key strike except setting master volume. And the back button should still work. Right. So set master volume. Okay. Woo. So our new test is for buttons. Let's do this. Let's get journal refactored sandbox to be cleaner. Sandbox refactored. Much better, much better. Now we feel better. Hey, Brian, how's it going? Welcome back. How are things going for you? We've been cranking through a list here. We're going to do most of the time from now on out with updating our button class. Finally. This has been on my list for a little while. We'll work on tomorrow, depending on how far we get with the button updates. Interesting. Good, good. Glad to hear it. Any good projects lately? In my Linux learning path, I have no idea what happened, but I lost the whole content of one of my hard drives. Ooh, yeah, you gotta be careful with RM-RF, whatever. Very dangerous. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it wasn't important stuff, or hopefully you have a backup somewhere. You've got the Docker running. Good, good. You know what, though? I never found that Docker's actually fixed anything. You have the same problems moved somewhere else on the development pipeline. Okay, we now have DevOps engineers whose whole job it is to keep track of your Dockers. Oh, wait, what? We used to just keep track of dependencies, and that was a nightmare enough, but it's become so bloated and so disgusting that you have to hire full teams of full engineers just to manage the layers of abstractions you'd put on top of abstractions, on top of abstractions, on top of dependencies, to the point that everybody's afraid to touch code. They're afraid to write their own thing. They're afraid to mess with anything. So all the Dockers, and then something doesn't get in, or somebody changes a file, and guess what? Now you have to go dig through and figure out who broke the dependencies, which is the same problem we had before Dockers, or any of your containers or whatever your abstractions are. Do I have DevOps here? I am the only person working on this project at all. There's no such thing as DevOps. If I need it, I build it. The last company I worked for had a DevOps team, and yeah, like I said, it's so I tell my kids to go clean their room, right? And I go in to check after they say they're done. And what have they done? They've taken all the junk on their floor and shoved it into a closet, which is exactly what's happening with Dockers. We didn't fix the problems. We just moved it under the bed or into a closet, and it's not actually cleaned up. No, my question were about the term. Oh, yeah, DevOps. So, I, on the one hand, I can see the point of DevOps in large companies. Basically, it's development operations. So you get a bunch of programmers together, and none of them wants to keep track of the dependencies, the build pipeline, whether the artifacts were properly built and distributed, whether they're available on the server. And so what you've done is they've added all these layers of tools, right? So now instead of just writing a Python script that sets up a bunch of stuff and runs tests, um, now you have Ansible, which is a whole different language, which has a lot of similarities with Python. In fact, it's probably built on Python, from what I remember. But it's now another layer of abstraction. And it has slightly different assumptions about how you want to use it than I've ever used. So every time I touched Ansible, I had to go figure out what Ansible is trying to do, and that's just one more thing in my head, right? So you loaded up all of these extra tools and things into your tool chain, and nobody's keeping track of it. So you hire a DevOps team to keep track of the build test infrastructure that developers need nowadays. So I guess in my experience, it probably means that you've gone off the rails. You've added too many abstractions. Nobody understands the system, and you have to hire full-time engineers to keep it running a little bit. So I'm not a big fan of DevOps. There are some really good DevOps engineers I've worked with. Not saying that DevOps is bad on in certain contexts, but I think it's for smaller companies. It's a sign that you've accepted too many dependencies without understanding them. So, and I never want to do DevOps ever, no matter what. I can't see myself doing it and being anything less than miserable. So speaking of being miserable, I'm sure that most people are not as excited about rewriting buttons as I am, but that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's take a look at our buttons. They call it use a bazooka to kill an ant. That's pretty good. I'll do anything painful just to get any work at all. That's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. Getting paid is really nice. But I would go insane in DevOps. I've seen what they've had to do. And maybe that makes sense in larger companies, but for companies smaller than, well, I don't know. The last company I worked for had a good amount of hardware people who didn't care about DevOps. So for the number of software people we had, I don't think the DevOps was necessary, or shouldn't have been necessary. It was necessary because of other choices. For now, I want to create reproducible database, GitHub and portfolio projects. Yeah. I don't think there's not a place for some of these things. I just think they're overused. 99% of the time, a lot of the tools that these things are built on, you can just write a Python script and get the same thing done. And then you have a formal language definition, you have formally supported libraries, and it's something that everybody's already used. If I have to go around and, oh, what's this tool? Oh, it's called Terraform. It's built on top of this other thing, which is built on top of this other thing. And on top of, and alongside those, we run Ansible, which is really just another language written in Python that runs more Python. That, I don't know, it's disgusting. Disgusting. Okay, button updates not dropped to preview. So let's go look at our buttons. So here's a button, and we're rendering it as 5 quads. So we put the 4 corners for each of these bevels and set the color. Those are 4 quads, and then the 5th quad is this one, and it's just colored quads. So if I want to do anything other than a crappy 90s looking button, there's no way to do it. I can change the colors, but that's it. So I can't change the look of my buttons at all. But we're about to change that, because we're going to change colored quads for textured quads, and we're going to use the new UV packing we have to get some the different parts of the button that we need. All right. Let's see. Wow, hover effects. Their ego hurt. No one cares for what tools were used, just if it works. You know, it's true. It's true. Step one of any project, make it work. Doesn't matter how fast it is if it's not correct. Ooh, yeah, hover effects, everything. We can even have it like in a semi-active state until we release it. We're so cool. So, texture quads it is. In our button, there's our ColorQuadBatch. That lets us, so, okay, when I first wrote button, it was actually just color quad, and there were 5 color quad objects. Each one had their own corners and their own colors. Then we made a ColorQuadBatch, which means instead of sending 5 draw calls to the GPU, we say, here are 5 quads and 1 draw. So we'd send all the data in one shot and draw it. So that's a good efficiency improvement. And now we're going to change it to TexQuadBatch. And since everything's in Git, we can go ahead and break, and we don't care at all. All of this is fine. Protected and whatever. Text font size. Okay. TexQuadBatch. Texture quads. Okay, I don't think there's anything else we need to change here. We're going to need those anymore. So this is the colors I used to create that hover and the click effect. Looks like it works. Will do. Okay. But actually, let's just get rid of it. Texture quads. Okay, we will need 1 quad for each of the 4 corners. We need a quad across the top, across the bottom, across the vertical edges. So that's 8. Then we need 1 in the center. So that'll be 9 texture quads. If we were very, very clever, we could combine text and texture quad draws into a single draw column. But I don't think that that's a level of an abstraction that I want to deal with. So text color, text sizes, rectangle. That's fine. Update. So when we first implemented this, we didn't have the event system yet. So we were literally every update cycle checking mouse positions. With the new event thing, it's only when a button event happens that we update. I don't know if one is more efficient than the other at this point. So we're just going to leave it. We're going to stay with the event driven. Okay, render. This is where a lot of this starts going away. If we're in a hover state, we might change some things. So that's a good thing to keep track of. Oops. So we'll change basically the UV coordinates we're experiencing. If the state is down, we might do some different things. If we are told that our size has changed, then we need to refigure out our quads, right? Sorry for question. Is there a function tracking the cursor position? Okay. Here's what we're doing. Is it an application or, well, let's go to the input. Input's using glfw as the what is that? The graphics library function wrangler library. And we have some callbacks that talk to our graphics library function wrangled window. And when we initialize everything in window, I think it's window, yeah, we register these callbacks. So we said, hey, if you get a key update, tell me about it, and then I will update my state. And we do these when an input polling event happens. So glfw is saying, hey, has somebody pushed a key? Has somebody released a button, etc., etc. And then when it gets one, it tells us about it. And then we handle it. So this code only gets called when a key is pressed or released. This one, so I keep track of state based on those change events. So here's the mouse position, right? Or mouse buttons. Here's the scroll wheel. Am I calling this callback twice? That's a little bit strange. I am. Shocking. Let's keep the top one. Anyway, so that's what happens. When the window is created, we register our callback. Somebody else is doing the polling. We just get the events. Then in input, we maintain state as pressed, released, and up and down. So when you press a key, it's automatically down. Then I keep track of it. Until you say release, it stays down. So I can always ask, like if I were just doing like a space game, like I would not ask, is the button pressed? I would ask, is it down? Then the more frames they hold it down, the more they'll accelerate or whatever they're doing. So that's why we have these callbacks. We keep track of our active state, of our current state, and we process events to update our current state. Does that make sense? Never seen it in code yet. You can put a quad-shaped billboard on one try, and doing some UV magic make it square-shaped in one try. Okay, so I can see that working. So let's go to scratch buffer. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna draw. There we go. I could see where you could set your UV Okay, let's see here. Where's my OBS so I can see? So if you set your UV up like this, you could draw a rectangular texture inside of a triangle. However, positioning your triangle to draw the quad, to draw that texture where you want on screen, means that you're now doing more math to figure out where the top or bottom point, like where are those vertices being drawn. I think it's more complicated than just drawing the whole quad as two. So here's what we do. We have a quad It's 0, 1, 2, 3, and 0, 1, 2 is one triangle. Camera. So this is the quad. It has two triangles. You could do it with one triangle. I could see that working, but positioning that image correctly on the screen would be more math, I think. Unless there's some other trick I don't know. Like, I've never heard of that trick before. That's how I would imagine it would be done. He will code in paper and pen. Hey man, don't knock it. I did it in college. Written tests. We had to write code on paper. But that's also not a triangle trick I've ever tried to actually execute, so. If we're dirty, we are going to compute things. This is the part we have to completely rework. This is the hard part. Texture quads render the text on top of that. Contains callback. Handle mouse press. Those are all rectangular things. They don't care about the. That's really it. This is the magic piece. Do I want the immediate mode implementation? We'll just get rid of it. Button doesn't do anything in update. We do not need those colors. We do not need depth. We do not need. We will be checking those things. Okay. So we need a texture. We need a texture to play with. I guess it's time for some GIMP. I'm not an artist, so unfortunately you guys will have to suffer through me doing art badly. Okay, so there's GIMP up, and hey, there's GIMP. It's top of my head. We'll fix that. Want this near the top as well. Sorry, just doing OBS things here. Window capture is my Emacs. That can go away for now. And move my audio up to the top. Okay. Now, GIMP. I don't know how big this image needs to be. I haven't done the math yet. But let's see here. 6. We certainly don't need it that big. We'll start with 512 by 512. Well, actually, let me do a little math. Do a little math. I kind of want to start rescaling all of my graphics to the largest size we support. So let me see, what's the largest size I support in settings? $1920 by $1440. All right, OBS, let's do this. Let's get Emacs back. Okay, we're just going to rescale something. So at 1024 by 768, oops. Why is it? On a 1024 by 768, it's 5 pixels is what I've set the border at, right? Technically it's 6, but we'll talk about that. So if it's calculator time, 1440 over 768. That is not the mode I want. Scientific. 1440 over 768. 1 and 7/8. 1.875. 1.875. So 5 pixels times 1.875. 9.375 pixels. So we're going to make it 10, 12 pixels. All right. So I need a border at 12. And 12. There. So that's basically one corner of my button at a higher resolution. So if we want all 4 corners, we need 24 pixels and 24 pixels. Okay. Now that's going to be normal mode. Then we need hover, which will be 36. No. 36 and 48. So that'll be active, or this will be normal, hover. So we can put like an active, so 36. And maybe we have like a disabled, or we have something else. Okay, so those are our corners. That's everything I want. Did you mess up the partition table? Ooh, ouch. Trying to restore the Debian that's installed in an HT. When I open the window, all of my files from another HT were corrupted. Oof. Yeah, Linux does not protect you from yourself. Sometimes I like that. I think a lot of modern computing is too much hand-holding. But when you do screw up, it's pretty monumental. And it's not always clear what you did. So that is a 4x4 area. Oh, I guess I need colors. What colors do I use? Let's grab the colors from... Oh, we deleted all of them, didn't we? We did. Okay. Mid 192. So what we're going to try and do is recreate the look of the current button the crappy way. And then we'll make different ones just so that they look different. '90s Windows look. Actually, I want to start with an alpha. I don't want white. Delete layer. Okay. So we want, where's my RGB? Can I get an RGB? This is not hexadecimal. There we go. No? So that's our mid ray. Bucket fill. And then the upper corner was white. So this is the upper corner. We will bucket with the lighter color, which is 235. Bucket. $235. 235, 235. We'll fill that corner. This lower one, we want the dark color, which was 148. $148. 148. 148. Okay. So we have light, we have dark, and then these ones have that diagonal line, right? Do I have? There's gotta be a way. It's like a path tool or something. Let's see. That one. Select by color. Path tool. Path tool. So I should be able to go from here to here to here. Back again. Selection from path. Hey, that worked. Mostly. Bucket. We'll add the light version. Here, which one is it? 235. Huh. Okay. Then we go back to the path tool. Click. 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 Selection from path, bucket. Want the dark one, so that's that one, 148. Fill. Huh. That actually just doesn't look very good here, does it? Let's get a pencil. Pencil. And the color we want is the lighter one, 235. How big is the pencil? 50. That's ridiculous. I want like 1 pixel. Spacing, hardness, dynamics off. That all seems fine. It's not writing. Oh. Probably because it sees that I'm not inside the selection. There we go. Now this space in between is an interesting case. Do we just go with mid color? maybe. Just pencil in the mid color as the border. That's not bad. Okay. I'm just going to box select, copy paste, move it here, layer, transform, flip until no, that is not correct. There. So those are our 4 button corners under normal operating conditions. So 2 new layer. We merge down. Okay, and then we want the, oh, I did not want to merge down everything. I want that center one to not be merged. This one I want on top. These 2 I want merged down. Merge down. This one is the hub. So we will copy this, paste this new layer, move it over here. So this is going to be the hover. So basically there won't be the, it'll thicken this border a bit. Then we want active. So we're going to make this a to new layer. This guy now finally can be merged down. So this is the normal hover duplicate layer. We're going to call this one active. And we're going to move it somewhere else. Oh, I have an issue here. This thing is at 47. It should be at 48. So where is this one then? 23. Ah, shoot. Dang it. Dang. All right. Well, we sort of screwed up there. Okay. All right. We can undo work. What we've done isn't too tricky. So that's the mid. This line. Let's put down to 24. All right, delete these layers. Delete. Duplicate. This is the problem not being an artist. Every time I do this sort of thing, I have to remember everything that worked or didn't work before. Click. And then I go months and months without doing any art of any sort, and it's like learning all over again. If I ever get serious about game dev, I will have to hire some actual artists. It's the only way. All right, use the light one. This corner. Path select. I'm sure that there's a million better ways to do this. But we get the job done. Selection from path, bucket tool, dark version, fill. We hide this one. We get a pencil, choose the mid color, which is this one. We select everything. Oops. We just go down the line. Oops. Nope. Oh, there. Look at that one. We'll put this one back up. This one, duplicate, move here. So this will be merged down into normal. This one will be hover. What is going on with my mouse? Okay, let's zoom out. Hover. Is there a way to layer size? Crop to content. That's good. Layer crop to content. There we go. Okay, hover. We're not going to duplicate so much useless data here. It's going to come over here. And we're going to layer flip horizontally. No. You have to flip horizontally and vertically. There. Perfect. And those are our... Okay, I'm actually going to cheat just a tiny bit more. 10, 14. We can reuse these 4 pixels as our fill. We could, but we shouldn't. We shouldn't. So this is hover and active. Let's just go ahead and fill an area with mid-tone. Bucket. Mid. Oh. New layer. Duplicate layer. Center. Bucket. Mid color. Fill. Okay. Is that really all we need? Is 48 pixels? No, it's not. We need... So those are the 4 corners for each of those. So these are corners, active, corners, cover, corners. Okay, so now we need left, right, top, and bottom for each of these sets. So we're gonna do what? So come over to 64. That's too long. 48 plus 12 is 60. And 60. Okay. So one thing we need is the active top, active left. I need normal top, left, right, bottom. GIMP is in a... There's a gradient tool. Wasn't listening for sure what you were looking for. Probably in the context menu of bucket fill. GIMP is in a rough state for so long. Yeah, I'm afraid GIMP is not my favorite, but I haven't bothered running another tool, so I'm kind of stuck with what I've got for now. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna duplicate layer. We're gonna call this edges normal. Edges hover. Duplicate edges. So yeah, if you know of a good graphics design program that's better than GIMP, let me know. I'm always open to try something new. I just get depressed. So easy. Corners active. Let's move corners active down. Let's move corners hover down. So normal, hover, active. Then we'll have edges. Selection, move the active layer. There we go. Here, hover stays active down. All right. So now we define our edges. So put guideline 0, 0. Bucket fill with the light color. So this is going to be our left. Oops, not edges active, edges normal. Our top left. Nope, I don't know why. Fill, no, that's bucket. Shift B, unfreaking believable. Who does this crap? Dark. Okay. Okay, so there's the top left. We can copy these. Normal, hover, active. Normal and hover are the same. So we can actually use the same UV for both of them. And we can, well, oh, we can't. So yes, normal, duplicate. This one goes away, delete. Edges hover. Okay, edges normal. Edges hover. And we need 2 pixels there. Bucket fill with mid. And normal. Then we need another 2 pixels here. 4 pixels. 2 by 2. Oh, no, back up. Oh, GIMP, come on. 4. Okay. Rectangle, yeah, one more. We need to go 4. There we go. So this is the... Nope. If this is the top, we need top edge. Rectangle. Just need these 2 pixels here. And the bottom, let's see, top. And the bottom. There we go. That's what we need to do. The left and the right. There. So what's going to happen is we're going to draw the top left corner and then follow it up with this top bar all the way across to the top right corner. Then we'll go down. Then the bottom bar after, then it'll go this corner, then the bottom bar, then the top bar, left bar. So from here to here will be colored by this thing. Okay. Active, cover, and duplicate, move down. And if I'm not mistaken, this just gets flipped. Layer, transform, flip. Now we can pack this UV much more efficiently. There's a lot of duplicate information. The one other thing we need is our fill color, which actually is fine. So maybe this isn't too badly overpacked or overdone. Okay. The tricky part now is I've got to remember all these coordinates. Let's put this into oh good heavens. Do active projects. Word Sleuth assets. Windows 90s button texture. We're going to crop this down to a reasonable size. So 64 and what, 128? It's 128 the next power of 2. That's a bit of a waste. We can pack this more efficiently later if we care that much. 64, 128, 64, 128. Boom. Lots of wasted space. I don't care. We're just getting the proof of concept working here. Save, export as images, Windows 90s button texture. Export. Okay, in theory, we should be able to map these coordinates to reasonable. Let's hide GIMP for now. Bring back Emacs. Assets, images, images.text. Okay. All these UVs are going to go away because we don't care. We don't need those. Done. Okay. One thing we do need is this Windows, well, button texture, button, PNG. Sets images, and I called it something very clever. Which I will copy and paste from my assets folder. Boom. Okay. Now this one will have a UV rectangle. Ooh, what was my format? I remember. Oops. I want to keep this. What was the format of these things? I don't have comments, it's fine. UV rectangle. Okay. Top left, normal. Is going to be at 0, 0. That's going to be 12 by 12. Okay. Right. HT. Bottom left normal. Bottom right. Good heavens, okay. Okay, so that's the top left. Top right starts at pixel 12 and 0. Bottom right is going to be 12. Bottom right will be 0. Okay, so those ones. Normal. Then we have normal change for hover. And those are all just Y offset down by 24. So if we add 24, oh no, wrong one. Oh, there we go. So if we just move down 24, 36, 36, then we do the same thing for active, hover to active. We move down another 24, so 48, 48. 24 plus 36 is 60. Those are all the corners. Now we do the edges. So the top normal, it's going to be at 24, 0, and then 12 by 12. L right, that's not going to work. What do we do? Top. And that is the right. That X is at 36. Then we take the bottom R. Finally, left. So the bottom bar starts at 36 and 12. Oops. 36 and 12, and then the left is 24 and 12. Okay, now there we go. Listen. So these are all the UV maps we need to draw different states. We need one more for the center. And that will be at 10, 10, and it's a 4 by 4 pixel piece of gray. There. We now have a whole bunch of UV mappings into this image that the button can use to draw itself, in theory. Okay. Here's where I wish I did a better job of keeping track of button state, but whatever. Does C copy temporary variables if I define one in a function and return it? If it is, I mean, yes. So like if you return an integer, it copies the integer. If you return a struct, it will copy the struct data. If you have something more complicated than that, I would be very careful. Yeah. So now we have lots of UVs. Last state, last hover. Because I only want to update my textures if something has changed. Is that what I do? Do I keep track of last state? When do I update my state? These quads are all different. It contains and a mouse press. Oh, so if the state. I need to signal state change here. Where is, do I not set dirty? Only if I set rectangle. Okay. So in here, anytime I change the state, state equals down, otherwise state equals up, which we record, and if hover not equal to last hover, will over equals contain, so we're just going to run that calculation once. That is not the cheapest calculation. If underscore hover not equal to hover. So only if we detect a change. And now shorter hover equals hover, and we mark it as actually, we only mark it as dirty if state is down. Is not down. State is up. If it's down, then that takes precedence. We don't have to update anything. Is that everything? State is down. Else, if we're hovering, otherwise we do normal things. So if underscore dirty, the UVs will need to be recomputed even if, no they don't. Each quad needs to be redrawn. If I was returning class ID, gotta move though, right? Are you talking C or C++? Move semantics don't really exist in C. You can get them by writing clever functions, but well, get something like it. You can achieve the functionality, but if you're talking move semantics, that's a C++ thing. If I was returning a class ID, get a move object. Yeah, so move, right reference. You have to, yeah, it kind of makes me sad just thinking about move semantics. It's like I finally understood them at one point because I watched like a 2-hour video. It's a convention. It's not even a part of the language. By convention, you overload the right reference. Overload. An std move just right reference basically casts your variable as a right reference. Class object, yeah, C++. Aha, yes. No, okay, was it created on the stack or on the heap? You have to be careful returning heap objects or heap anything. Or no, you have to be careful returning things on the stack if they don't have. Let's see. So you can return. Let's see. I don't know. Do you have a code snippet? Maybe. I'm overthinking now what all the possible meanings of the question are. Code snippet, please. Okay, so if it's dirty, there's two kinds of dirty. One is state change. One is geometry change. Those are two different things. So instead of just dirty, we have state is dirty, or the geometry is dirty. We're going to mark them both as true to start with. Oops. So I don't want to update my geometry every time I have a state change. I don't want to update my state when the geometry changes. Geometry dirty gets set if the I just don't think that's as readable. I think this is just more readable. I'd hope that the compiler figures out what needs to happen there. Dirty. If state is dirty, we're going to do certain things. If underscore geometry is dirty, then we will update different parts of the vertex buffer. Then, so let's see here. State dirty equals false because we will have updated it. Underscore geometry dirty is false because we will have updated it. This kind of stuff goes inside the geometry. We will take a look at that. Setting rectangles, yes. Set color quad. Oh, wait. I can't do that. Remember now, this is a pattern we run into before. This happens near the bottom. Geometry update. State dirty gets update. Bottom. If m underscore geom dirty or m underscore state dirty. So if we updated either one, we have to update the thing. So we're like text vertex buffer update. That's what we need. Wait, no, we don't have to do that at all. Did I just lie? Because TexQuadBatch keeps track of its own vertex buffer. Okay, good. We can put these back where it makes sense. Overthinking it. Okay, if we're in the down state, let's talk about what our rectangles mean. We want 4 corners. M underscore texture quads set UV set quad UV. It's gonna look like that. Let's define what our quads are. Int quad top left corner. Right corner, bottom left, bottom right. Int quad top edge. Bottom right. Okay, so the short pattern is, okay. So we're returning an image, empty struct, fopen, header equals parse the file. Header format, header, image data, malloc, parse return image. Net BPM image is, I think that should work. If net BPM image is a struct, that should return just fine. You're creating it on the stack, you're returning it, it should copy that data on return. You're not returning a reference to a temporary variable, so that should be fine. I think that'll work. Avoid the copy of some header info and just get return null if it was a pointer. Yeah, I mean, you can't return the address to that object you created on the stack. That will be gone. But you can return the object itself, and it should do a copy based on the fact that structs just copy memory. Quad center. All right, I'm going to set the UV equal to, and we just got these out of images.text. So these are active, top, left, active. We have not embedded that new information. Cd tool spin / embed PNGs. Button. Image warehouse. H. Reload. Okay, button has, yeah, top left UV key, that's what it's called. UV key. Top right corner, top right active. Bottom right. we may want to reorder some of this. So we're going to go top left to the top edge. The top right, down the right edge, to the bottom right corner, bottom left, left up to top. Okay. Eight. Okay. Top edge. Right corner, right edge. Down the bottom right corner to the bottom edge. Bottom left corner to the left edge. Then quad center. Okay. So top on the right, bottom left, top. Top active. Oh. Okay. Normal, they need to become normal to cover. We don't have the edges for those, which are just offset down the y-axis by 24 pixels, 24, 36, 36. And cover to active. Those are down another 24, so 48, 48, 60, 60. Hey, FitWriter, how's it going? Guess I would avoid the copy of some header info and get just return. Given if I have 2 free as is, yeah. It's like 60 bytes, so I guess I shouldn't worry anyway. Yeah. Oh, FitWriter, how's it going? Welcome back. You know what we could do? We could make this even more generic if we're clever. Hey, Salty Puzzle Taste. Thanks for the robot jumping in here. We love robots. FitWriter, have you used Rust? What's your opinion of it, especially as a replacement of C and C++? I used Rust. I was like, I should learn Rust. Everybody's talking about it. So I went and got a copy of Rust, and I started working on it. I built a Sudoku solver, which you can find on my GitHub page somewhere. And I hated it. The borrow checker. Okay, so here's the thing. There are a lot of things it does that I really like. Not gonna lie. I wish C had some of the things that Rust does. But the main problem with Rust is also kind of its biggest selling point, is the borrow checker. So what they want to do is have your compiler at compile time figure out all the memory management as much as it can. Fine. And it takes care of freeing things and deleting things. And that's fine, I guess, if it can do it at compile time and I don't have any runtime overheads, like a garbage collector. That would be wonderful. But for that to work, they invented this whole thing called a borrow checker. And with the borrow checker, it forces you into memory usage patterns that the compiler understands. So instead of figure out what it can, and then when it can't figure out, the compiler says, I don't know about this, you have to free this yourself. It instead says, you have to write your code always this way, or I can't understand it. To the degree that something so simple is so I had a two-dimensional array representing my Sudoku board, right? I have a reference to a thing in that Sudoku board, and I want to walk down the column and look at each thing in that column. Well, I can't have a second reference. I'm only allowed one reference into that two-dimensional array. What? I'm not freeing anything. I'm not allocating anything. I'm getting a pointer to a piece of memory that I'm not modifying at all. And the compiler can't figure out at runtime that I should be allowed those two references to that cell. So, well, yeah, COBOL won't be replaced until the heat death of the universe, so C certainly has its place. So, yeah, no, Rust made me mad. It was just so frustrating trying to work around the stupid borrow checker. Even a lot of the people, like Jonathan Blow, had a fun little clip on YouTube. I don't remember what it was called, but he was basically going over, there was this lady at RustCon who was like, oh, here's how the Rust thing taught me, or how the borrow checker, learning to love the borrow checker. And what it turns out she was doing was she learned how to program her memory management the right way so that it never touched the borrow checker. So if she'd written it right in the first place, she wouldn't need Rust to manage her memory because she wouldn't have to. Like the whole point of her refactor of her memory management was so that she was doing the memory and Rust wasn't. So that's like, she's like, oh, we love the borrow checker. Here's how we work with it. It's like, actually, you just circumvented it. And if you'd written it that way in the first place, you wouldn't need Rust. So anyway. So yeah, I don't like programs that want to hold my hand. Java, hey, we're not going to tell you what's a reference or what's a pointer or what's an actual object. You have no control over that. Everything's on the heap. We won't tell you if we're doing anything else. Also, no operator overloading, because somebody once did a bad thing with operator overloading. But what that does is it takes the idiots and makes them slightly less easy to spot, and it makes people who can actually use the tools right, it hobbles them. So Windows 31 saves the day during CrowdStrike outage. Yeah. What? You're saying that Windows 3.1 wasn't getting updates? Yeah, 95. Hey, the EB user, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. We're bad-mouthing Rust. Or I am. Rust solves a problem I don't have right now. With any program I've written, I've been able to manage my own memory. I don't need something holding my hand, so. Ooh, strong words, FitWriter. Jeez. Straight up. What's your beef with Rust? I'm interested in more opinions than just me. Okay, C++. I have my problems with C++ too. I think if C had just a few things different, it would be perfect. If C allowed function and operator overloading, and I know why that's not in there, but if it had it, that would be beautiful. What else does it need? Honestly, I use the macro system, but I use it minimally. If I had a real meta programming language around C, it wasn't just straight text replacement, I might use it more. No hello.net, huh? What are you doing? EB user, we are building a game engine with no game engine. So we are refactoring our button. We were drawing the button as 5 colored rectangles. Now we're trying to use UV coordinates and make it a texture. VF, how? So to FitWriter, yeah, I tend to write C++ that's very heavily C skewed. I don't use a lot of the features of C++. EB user, How? So before the game engine, this is how people wrote games. I can't even use pointers. um, can't draw a square. Well, you start with what you can do. Like, I'm not saying I've never built a game with a game engine. In fact, I spent a couple of years in my career using Unity, so I kind of understand the structure of a game engine. But I wanted to understand the guts of the engine better. So if we make a very small game, and this is very limited in scope, I learned the tools, I learned the techniques without wasting a lot of time on something big and grandiose. Maybe 2 or 3 games in, I'll take a more ambitious project, but for now we're just building up the pieces. So today we're doing button refactoring from colored quads to textured quads with UV mapping. The EB user, I'm doing an AI, it's a lot easier. Yeah. I don't like AI. We can talk about that if anybody wants, but FitWriter. I lost my virginity to PHP prior to C++. PHP being your first exposure to programming, that's rough, man. I don't know if you can recover from that. That's like starting with Visual Basic. Big lack of constant expression all around. I got gray hair trying to read a CPP type. Yeah. Sometimes the types get disgusting. I'm sorry, I did some web dev and I hated every second of it. Almost 4 years worth. Yeah, when you were 15. That was during your formative years too. The brain damage may be permanent. Okay, so we've got more stuff. Means we need to re-embed our UVs because we added more UVs. Back to the button. What were we doing? We make it more. Put a rand modulus 1. Can it output 0 and 1? I've lost a thread. Maybe you're talking about PHP, in which case I don't know about rand modulus 1. But yes, EB user, you can indeed do that. I actually wrote some code once for random number generators, talking about C++. So here's one thing I did. Let's see. Can I dig up that project? Is that somewhere? What was it called? GitHub? Is it somewhere else? Did I put it in GitHub? RNG study. We'll go into C. Okay, so what I did was in my RNG uniform. Oh, where's uniform? RNG 31-bit uniform. Oh wow, it's not called that. What is it called? Oh, RNG 31 transform uniform. Okay. Coin flip. So what would happen is I'd say we basically march 1 bit across the 31 bits that we generate. And we'd say bit shift everything down, return the bit from the stored. So we generate a random 31-bit number. Then we mask it with this single bit mask, and then slide the mask over 1. That way I don't have to regenerate a random number every 31 times I ask for a coin flip. That's one way to do it. What's the number that's not divisible by 1? Oh, I see. Joking. Modulus 2, yep. we have links. I don't pop up links, so we'll see what's going on. No hello. Oh yes, Linus Torvalds on C++. Linus is always good for a hot take. He can be quite entertaining. I would not want his ire pointed at me, though. Pure C as opposed to C++. See, I just don't have the guts for that. I keep running into, like, I really wish I could overload this function in. Maybe I should be more pure in my C, but... All right, that looks like a good read. Bitwriter, kudos for the good read. Well, I'll dive into that later. A lot of kids start with Java due to it being used in Minecraft. See, okay, I don't mind people starting with Python, Lua, Java, as long as they understand that it's not everything. It's not how it's hiding things from you. So if you want to be a hobbyist programmer in Minecraft, fine, right? But we're also teaching, like, computer science majors stupid languages. If you're going to learn to program and you want to be serious about it, you learn C because you have to understand the language, what the machine is doing. You have to understand what the machine is doing. I would almost say do assembly, but honestly, you need a balance of getting things done versus learning. C is it. Then you learn Lisp, not because you'll ever use it professionally, but because it changes the way you think about the abstract syntax tree. Once you get those two, whatever, I don't care, right? Because you'll know what things are built on top of. You have the C++, you can go to your Java, and you'll be like, oh, everything's on the heap. But you'll at least understand what that means, which, yeah, Perl. We're not going to Perl. That is a write-only language. Oh, Perl sucks. Gosh. Hated. Oh. That ruined my operating systems class. No, that didn't ruin. That was one of the things that ruined my operating systems class. No, not operating systems. Systems programming. One of the things. Teacher's an idiot. He'd been teaching the same subject for years and couldn't answer simple questions. Got into an argument with a kid about whether the TCP protocol operates at the TCP layer and was wrong. Yeah, systems programming in Perl. Yes, we had to do Perl. So on the test, there was a, hey, write a function that does this in Perl. So I did on the test using features he had written on the board during lecture. Get my test back, and it's like 5 out of 15. Oh, don't get me wrong. First class regular expressions are awesome. But that's it, and the rest of Perl is unusable. I wish more languages did have some kind of first-class citizen regex. Anyways, I got 5 out of 15 on this program. I was like, what the heck? So I sat in class, typed it into my laptop, and of course it worked. Lisp-style regexes are much superior, but it's not even half as funny. Lisp is just funny all on its own. It's its own special kind of funny. Anyway, so I took my laptop up to him and showed him that the program ran, and then he gave me my points back. But it was just, he didn't even know what Perl does. Couldn't read it, which is when I realized Perl is a write-only language. So yeah. Emacs has regex. Yes, it does. I actually don't use it that often. Wonder why. Top. What did I call that? Text. Images. Text. Top. All right, we're going to reorder these. I'm going to do it. We're going around in a particular order. That's my rule. Top left to top edge. So top. Let's get normal, hover. Okay. Top normal. Top L right. Good heavens. Who writes this crap? Who did this? Who's the moron? Oh yeah. I'm the only one in this code base. Makes me sad. Bottom left, left, bottom. Oh wait. Top left, top, top right, right, bottom left, bottom. Bottom left, bottom, bottom right, then bottom. There we go. Okay. So top left hover, top, right, right. Bottom left, bottom, bottom right hover, all the way over to the left. If we put all these in the same order, we can use integer arithmetic as if that's the right answer. Top left, top, top right, right, bottom, bottom, right. What have I done wrong? Left, right, right, bottom, bottom right. Okay. Bottom right, bottom edge, bottom left, left. Okay. I think that's more correct. Top left, top, top right, right, bottom, right, bottom, bottom left, left. Then the center. Okay. So if we always start top left, these are always going to be in the same order. Align these UV coordinates here. Align regex rens. Okay. Means over here. Image warehouse, UVP, start key equals I guess top left, no. Wow, where'd it go? Oh. Let's cheat. Cheat, cheat, cheat. Every chance we get. Okay, if it's down, then it's active. If it's hover, it's hover. Otherwise, it's normal. There, easy. So, from here, we can say int quad index equals left corner. We're going to say quad index plus plus all the way down. Boom, now everything lines up. Look at that. line regex, comma. Now, you know what? We can put a lot of this into the for loop, actually. Quad index less than quad center plus quad index. Quad center. So we get the start key. Index equals static cast, an integer, our starting key UV, because those are all defined by integers. Static cast to this mess, our key index plus. Even put this in fewer lines, but this is fine. Especially if we're in normal mode, we get the key of the first normal thing. Then we walk around the rectangles, images, center. Maybe we this is fine to start with. Okay, so if our hover or down or up state has changed, these are actually never used, but we can leave them there for reference. Top left. Once we have top left, we say give us the value. Just walk down that block 7 wide, and then fill in the center. Okay. Now, geometry. Maybe a little more interesting. Let's see here. Had that with Pascal. You know, I don't actually have that much Pascal. Pascal ABC. Yeah, Pascal was one of the early ones. This crazy thing that we used in our schools. Yeah, the professors are coached on like 50-year-old Turbo Pascal versions. Yes. So they have no clue about object-oriented Pascal. Well, object-oriented is just one more tool. I don't know that it's significant enough to be an entire programming paradigm to the exclusion of all else. It's like functional, right? This is a functional language. Well, functional is fine for certain types of calculations, but like, why do I want my language dictating to me which paradigm to use? That's why I like C. There's no paradigm. Structured programming, period. If you want something functional, you can write it functional. If you want something object-oriented, I mean, I do my own V-tables in C for object inheritance and polymorphism. You can do it. Yeah, but those old professors, that was definitely part of my university, was realizing that a lot of these professors had never been in a real job. A lot of them went basically straight from college into teaching and never got out. I had a couple that I really liked, and they had obviously worked in the industry, so. I think it's funny that one university develops this amalgamation of Pascal with .NET, and then there's zero course for it. Yeah. So, when I was at college, they grabbed this new professor, and his cool new hot thing was this new programming language, and I've never heard of it since, ever. Have you ever heard of Unicon? I don't know if I can find it anywhere. Unicon programming language. Ooh, it's got a Wikipedia entry, which doesn't look that interesting. The exams are on white paper, so they have no clue if the code one writes is legal. They're compiler. They're compilers. Yeah, exactly. No, there's this programming language called Unicon. What was the guy's name? Clint Jeffrey. Yeah. Has this site even been updated? Like this article? What's the history? Where's my history? View history. The last time, wow, February. Whew. Somebody added some links. Okay, so I guess the wiki page gets an occasional look. That's actually more activity than I would have thought. But it's another one of these little niche languages that doesn't really do anything new or different, which I'm fine with. I plan on writing my own useless language that doesn't do anything new or different, except for I want to explore some different ideas, so it's all part of it. We can call it bevel depth. Okay, so in this case, our reference height is going to be 14,440. And we want the depth to be, what did I say it was, 10? Well, 12. So not bevel, but edge width. We're going to compute some important x and y values. So I'm fine with all of this code going back in some form or another. Because these are where the quads will have to go. So x0, y0 is going to be the top left corner. X1, Y1 is basically the start of the inner rectangle. Okay, maybe this is not quite as useful as I would have hoped. That's fine. We'll get there. Lemother FAQ has a Serbian translation. Okay, so horror story. I was in algorithms class, right? I actually like algorithms as a topic. It's fascinating. But the teacher, the professor, who was the highest paid professor in the university at the time, hadn't taught a class in 7 years. They told him he had to. He got paid really well because he was good at getting grants, but it was not because he knew anything about algorithms. So we got a book, and within the first week, we knew that the book was wrong. Like, the questions had answers posted in the back for the even problems or whatever it was, and they were wrong. So I had to go back and look at the question and figure out where the pseudocode was wrong so that I could understand what the algorithm was supposed to have done, and then I could get the answer. And the teacher taught straight from the PDFs that came with the book, which means he did not understand anything about any of the algorithms. And that was just such a nightmare. But yeah, he hadn't taught a class in 7 years. Highest paid professor in the department. And we got stuck with him. I'm not at all bitter at all. Of course not. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with the x1 is going to be x0 plus edge width. So we're basically going to be, let's just get the x's into each other. X2 will be the raw rectangle dot right edge. So basically our width plus our x minus edge width. And then x3, oops, will just be the right edge of the raw rectangle. I think that's it for x's. Everything else is a combination of these. Okay, so y very similar. So y1 will be our top edge, and we'll come down y0 plus our edge width. Have you done garbage collectors in C? No. I want to do a deeper, in-depth study of different allocation schemes and different garbage collection schemes. But I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Like I've got a bunch of like YouTube videos bookmarked and articles bookmarked. I just haven't made the time to really sit down and push. Like I did it for random number generation. Really took some time to do the reading and understand things. But yeah, I haven't done that push on memory management. So I'll probably just keep doing it the old-fashioned way of understand what the try to understand what the trying to understand what who owns what. It would be kind of fun, but not today. Y3 raw rectangle right int y2 equals 3 minus edge width. Okay. Now the first color quad is not actually a color quad, so we should just bulk update that, right? Texture quads. Oh, here's where we need these. These are nice. We'll put them back in. I'll maybe do it to have easier time with the stack, the heap. Yeah. I mean, I've heard really good things about arena allocators in certain usage types, like in a video game. You know, at the end of a frame, a lot of the stuff can just go away and disappear. So you put a big old block in there and you say, hey, if you need something, ask for it. You don't have to give it back or anything. At the end of the frame, we clear it all. So for certain types of usages, those are good. But anyway, I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to take a quick pause and be right back. Okay. Right, back to it. Okay, quad top right corner. Quad right edge. Bottom right corner. Basically, we're trying to follow the convention of you start a box at the top left and you go around clockwise. So that's kind of what we're aiming for here, is a consistency with that convention. We do not need set quad corners. We can do set quad rectangle for all of these. Yes, we can. Okay, so let's put this rectangle. Okay, so we're at bottom right corner. The edge, bottom edge. Bottom left corner. Bottom left edge. It's going to be centered. Ooh. And switch back up to the top because we don't care anymore. Okay. All right, we're getting close. If our geometry is dirt, clear the flag. Make some computations for scaled sizing. Compute some important coordinates. So the top corner is going to be x0, y0 is going to be the width of edge width, right? By edge width. Wait a second. Yeah, top edge. Top left, top edge, top right corner. Top left, top right, right, bottom right, bottom left. Okay, I think that's good. So that's the corner. Every corner is going to have edge width, edge width. Okay, so look at those. Now the top edge is going to be at x1, y0. It is going to be x2 minus x1 wide. It will be edge width tall. This one will be at x2, y0. It will be edge width by edge width. Okay, then the quad right edge will start at x2, y1. It will be edge width wide, and the height of it will be y2 minus y1. Yes. And this bottom corner will be 2y2. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hopefully we get to test something today here. Bottom edge is going to go from x1, y2. Width will be x2 minus x1. Its height will be edge width. The bottom left corner will be at x0, y2. Left edge, x0, y1, width, edge width. Height is going to be y2 minus y1. Do we use y3 at all? What about x3? x3. We never do. These are unnecessary values. Nope, no. Since we aren't, we can just do this. Okay, then finally the quad center. It's going to be from x1, y1. Yeah. x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1. And lastly, m underscore text. I think what it's called. Set rectangle to this. Here we go. What are the odds this is going to work? Try to set this all up as best I can. Let's do a full clean. If this works, I'll be very impressed with myself. Where are we at? 430? Not bad progress. Oh. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, indeed, I did mean set quad UV. How did you know? Yeah, you're right. Set quad corners should be rectangle. We talked about that, and I never updated all of them. Let's just see how much we fixed. Yeah, I probably have another hour left, so hopefully we get the buttons working as well as they were, and then we can play with other textures. Hopefully. My luck, it's not. But, oh, I still have those lines in there. State is dirty. Restore dirty. State is dirty. Handle mouse move. State. Okay, those are pretty close. In terms of the compiler, functionality remains to be seen. I thought that would take longer. Make sure we're embedding current at PNG. Then have tools bin / source build debug. Run it. It's pink because I never set the texture. I never set the texture. Well, the rectangle's right. Text never rendered either. Not sure how I feel about that text. Okay. So back to button. Shrink all that up. Let's align commas, make it easier to read. Okay, boom. Nicely aligned. Now, this whole thing, we need to set quad texture. Texture star text equals texture store. Do I have texture store reference here? I do not. Might as well get texture in here as well, and image warehouse. Okay, texture store. Get by key. Button.png. That's the one we want. Okay. Set on X. X. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. New macro. Killing it. F3. Search for set quad rectangle. Make it text. Find the comma. Just put text there. We're going to do that first. Then we'll set the UVs. Which means this thing has to come after the geometry. So when we set texture, we go ahead and give a default set of UVs. So it's going to map out the whole texture, because that's a fairly common usage. Then we'll set the rectangle for the geometry. Then if the state is dirty, we'll set the UVs. Actually, if the geometry is dirty, let me think about this. Actually, this can kind of happen once at the top. In the initialization. Well, you set the texture once. So the texture will never change. Just where we're pointing inside the texture. Come on. Yes, yes, please save it. Please save it. Stop. Film file. Angered Gecko, hey, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Low effort CZZ. Have I gone through the whole SICP? Let's see, how far did I get? I'm trying to remember. I really like the MIT lectures you can find on YouTube. I think I got as far as the metasyntactic analyzer, the generator, the procedures you learn. Meta-linguistic abstractions. I made it to the meta-circular evaluator. Did I? I don't think I got into section 5. I think I got through section 4. I did write a prologue-like thing, so that was probably the logic programming chapter. Maybe I did not get all the way through the meta-linguistic abstraction there. But I did get through, yeah, so I don't know, 300, 400 pages-ish. I did do lazy lists, I remember that. So yeah, I probably got around 400 pages in. But the lectures were really good. A lot faster than reading the book. Not as thorough. Not quite all there, but still very good, very educational. Oh, yes. We forgot to grab those values in here. Actually, we don't even need to do that, do we? For int index equals 0, index less than TexQuadBatch. Do I have like a num quads? I don't have a num quads. Oof. Int quad count. I should be able to get that out of there. Why not? TexQuadBatch. Set quad corners. Yeah, that should be in there. Less than text quad, oops, underscore text quads dot quad count plus index. Set them all. Index text. There, much cleaner. Look at that. Because I don't need these at all. If we do it to texture quads, we should do it to ColorQuadBatch. Okay, that was my warning that we're just about done, but we're not. I started half hour late, so we've still got time. ColorQuadBatch. Set color. I'm not sure why this is way up here at the top. We'll go down after the set quad colors versions. Because it's basically all it is, it's a wrapper on top to make it a little bit easier to call. That can go down there. Set color of everything. So here, TexQuadBatch. Tell me my quad count. That is just a useful thing to have. For my brief introduction to Haskell, I miss by default lazy evaluation. I don't miss the compile times though. Oh, you're like 50 pages behind. No spoilers. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've looked at SICP. It's been a while, but it is good. Oh, did we get another bot? Good heavens. More bots. Too many bots. I guess I'm too popular, fellas. Yeah, no, SICP was one of the things I would use to keep myself occupied while I was waiting for long build times and other jobs. Oh yeah, I guess we need parentheses around that. We need to invoke it. Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried Haskell. After you've learned one or two functional languages, you're like, they still have all the same issues or similar issues. Or how do you do it clean? Oh shoot. It's fine. It's fine. Don't get me wrong. It's good to know a functional language or two to change the way you think, but as an entire like religious programming paradigm. Eh, who needs it? It's one more tool, one more way to think about a problem. It's not the only way to think about a problem, or the best way to think about a problem. It depends on the problem. Whoa, you're gonna finish SICP this month? Nice. Ooh, another good one. Another good one. Did you ever read Norvig's? Was it Norvig's? What was it called? What was it called? I have it out in my garage. Yes, Norvig had a great book. Let me actually, while I'm ready to compile, I'm gonna go grab it. Just a minute. Okay, found it. Okay, so after you finish SICP, this is your next book. Peter Norvig, Artificial Intelligence Programming. Let's see. I can't tell if the camera's lined up because there's a big delay. I haven't finished one programming book. Yeah, not many people do. Yes. At one point, you end up writing like an entire. Yeah, it's crazy. He writes a. Anyway, it's a good one. I do remember working my way through most of this one too. Where did I? How far did I get? Intro to Lisp. We do like a. I think he implements Lisp in Python at one point. Maybe it was online. But yeah, it's a good one. Highly recommended. Okay, oh, compile finished. Did it finish without errors? Just the warnings. Run it, and it crashes. So, PDB arms. Run. Crash. Serlen. Trace. Sandbox scene on render, button render. Button render is unhappy. Only for this one at the center, at the end. Apply UVs. Index 5. UV key center. I don't think 5 is the center UV. Or shouldn't be. Oh, fun, fun. Okay, okay. Center. See, that doesn't jive with what I remember. So which one is 5? 5 is bottom edge. That's not set UVs. Set UVs. Top left corner has to be less than quad center. And we finish with quad center. Where's quad center? 8. So then we actually get some key index. Should be normal. Let's go look in the image warehouse. Whoa, why is it 2? Okay, interesting. Center 26. So these are all the UVs for the button. Why do they start at 2? They should start at 1. That is probably what's killing us. We have center, which is 26, but the actual UVs in here, which it's not going to want me to reload. There should only be 25 of these, right? It's only going down to index 25. Aren't you glad we aren't manually computing UV coordinates anymore? Center. Why are they starting at 2? What is this crap? Who did this to me? Ugh. We had this all working yesterday. Embed PNGs equals modulus D. Modulus D is UV count plus 1. UV count equals 1. Oh. That's our off by 1 error. I guess we just do that. Build target equals embed PNGs. Yeah, I'm always happy to give out book recommendations. Not all my recommendations are necessarily programming related. I'm happy to talk literature as well, but yeah, the Peter Norvig one was interesting. At one point, maybe it was online. I didn't see it in a quick flip through, but I'm not going to sit here and look for you. Peter Norvig did he basically implemented a small Lisp in Python in like 30 lines of code. Very cool, very fun. Anytime somebody's knows their environment that well, it's pretty good. /add PNGs image warehouse.hp. Hey, now it starts at 1. Look at that, which means the center. Okay, almost. Embed PNGs. -2, I guess. Let's leave it at that. UV count +1. Count +1. Actually, do we just pre-increment this UV plus UV count? UV count, we don't have to do that there. The flow is getting complicated enough. We can just remove that. Oops. Operation on UV count may be undefined. What? Why would it be undefined? It's a freaking integer. Pre-increment. What do you mean undefined? Sequence point. That doesn't make any sense. There is nothing wrong with pre-incrementing. I declare it to be so. I insist. To file. Really? I do not understand. I must intra-Google's test this. Stack Overflow. We're changing the thing twice between sequence points, once through ++ and once through assignment. Sure, but I don't think that's what I'm doing here. Oh, I see. I'm incrementing it here. Then reading the value here, even though these are both parameters to the same call. So this is the sequence. Okay. All right. ++ UV count. We will get this figured out here. UV count. Then we just reference it. That's what we have to do. ++ UV. I see. Run one more time. Image warehouse. Reload. There we go. That's better. Okay. Yeah. Button. Now it shouldn't crash. So -A. We have to do a clean in this project. Okay. We love C++ semantics. Okay, let's see here. I have started reading some, though, at least. Haha, I found it. I read classic literature when I fly. I read Red Master and Margarita, and Black Arrow this time. Okay, I liked Black Arrow. That was really good. I have not read Master and Margarita. I kind of alternate. I'll read like some fantasy, sci-fi, and then I'll read some classical type literature. Some really good books in there. So we love C++ semantics. Yes, indeed. I just wish that the error messages were even moderately useful. That's not neat. That's source. Builds debug. Really? That didn't fix it. Well, shoot. Yeah, Black Arrow's good. So I've read, okay, honestly, best book of all time, probably Count of Monte Cristo or Les Mis. They're the best books. Super good books. I've been trying to read like some Dostoevsky. Crime and Punishment was pretty good. Brothers Karamazov is a good book, but I don't usually recommend it to people as it's a very difficult read. Like it's not paced for a modern audience at all. Even worse than some of the other classic books I like. It's rough, but it has a good point. I've been trying to read more Dickens. I like Dickens. Fine, we'll run it in the debugger, I guess. Okay. Maybe it'll crash in a different place. That looks very similar. Trace. Blender, blah, blah, blah. Set quad UV. $26. What's my UV? I don't think anything went to 26. It doesn't. Which means I'm doing something wrong. Okay. And the ideas are as follows. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 normals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 active, and then the center, which is shared by all of them. I started reading Monte Cristo as a kid. I haven't finished it yet. It's on the list though, yeah. So growing up, we had a copy of Count of Monte Cristo that was an abridged version. So, it was only, like 500 pages long? As an adult, I found an unabridged version. It's like 1,000 or 1,200 pages long or something. And actually, a lot of the scenes they took out were fine to remove. Like they had no bearing on the actual story. But there was a couple scenes they chopped that I was like, oh, they should have left that in. I would have been fine with like a 700-page book. But very good book. Excellent story. It can take a while to get through. A little bit on the big side. Okay. Oh, I think I know what I'm doing now. Oh, is it? Is it though? Here's the corner indices. Get our starting key index. Then we go from the top left corner to the quad index below quad center. You know what? I've already been bit by this once. Because if we start at top left north, or let's say we start at top left over. I mean, there's only one button, so we can print this. We can log this without it being a problem. Button dot render update state UV. Okay, so for each key, modulus D, modulus S, well, let's go modulus 0, 2D, modulus S. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the quad index, we're going to take the key index, and then we're going to take image warehouse UV name. Is that what it's called? Image warehouse dot get UV name. Okay, okay. Get UV name of this mess. We're going to just watch and see what happens until it blows up. But yeah, a lot of old school sci-fi, Isaac Asimov, robots, early Heinlein, pre-stroke Heinlein, very good. He got weird. Not really a big fan of Herbert. Don't really care for the Dune series. I thought it was an interesting world building exercise, but then like, I just lost interest. It did not hold me at all. More parentheses. You can never have enough parentheses. That's the rule. I really liked Lucky Star, robots, a lot of Isaac Asimov over the years. Actually, I just finished one. Oh, look, our button. It's wrong, but it's drawing, and actually, it's kind of working. Cool. Almost there. Now we just have to debug that. Oh, finally. I like doing the Tuna movies, but not planning to read the books really. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I have this problem with people that get like too weirdly metaphysical in their sci-fi. Like I want a premise, then I want to see the exploration of that idea. Like Asimov's robot books are fascinating because there's literally one premise. If you boiled all of good human behavior down to the smallest number of rules possible, and you made them as simple to understand as possible, and then we apply that to robots, how does it not work? Like a lot of people start with Asimov's, three laws of robotics as a starting point, and it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. His whole point was not that they were a good idea. His whole point was that they fell short. You can't boil down good human behavior to these mathematical principles. It's something more than that. So like iRobot, the series, like don't watch the Will Smith movie. It does nothing like what the book does. Very interesting. Yes, shiny debugging. Off to the debugging. You probably have something out of order somewhere. The button is not properly sized. But it is very close to correct. So, top left corner, then the top edge, top right corner, then down the right edge, to the bottom right corner, along the bottom, back to the left corner. And from the left corner up to the left edge, back to the circle around the top. I think that's it. We set the textures right, because all of the quads are showing the textures. So I believe these are correct. Is that true? Rectangle.x, rectangle.y, right minus edge, right minus edge. Okay, so we clearly have some issues, but not far off. Can I mem copy bytes out of an integer? Yes. Or I should probably not optimize my data for storage. Well. So you just have to cast your integer as a pointer and give it a size. Memcopy is what, destination, source, and number of bytes. So yeah, you can memcopy just about anything. It's actually very abusable. Optimize for storage for data. Yeah, optimization is a fun problem, but it's also one of those tricky ones where what you think matters doesn't matter. If I'm on stream and I'll start going down some road of like, here's the thing I'm optimizing, and I don't need to. Yeah. But I mean, you can memcopy. I mean, even just as a practice, like these are techniques that people use to optimize, so it's not bad to practice them as long as you understand that maybe this optimization doesn't matter at all, or maybe it does. But usually it's the case of you think it will make a big difference and it makes a small difference. So top left, top right, right, bottom, left. So those are all in the same order, so that's correct. X. Oh, wow. Y2 is not right, it's bottom. I want the bottom of the rectangle. That's what we want. That will help a lot. Everywhere Y2 was wrong, much better. Okay, that's one item. Should be fine. So that's one fixed. Well, let's just see if that fixes it. Since everything was off, I'm going to look into, let's see here. I'm deaf on how useful a raw block of pixel data is. I mean, I'm going to look into what OpenGL wants from me since it's read-only. Oh, yes, and the indices is always fun. I haven't tackled it yet on this project. That's, hey! That is semi-close. I think some of the colors are wrong. Some of my UV textures may be wrong. Looks like mostly the corners. Well, yeah, I don't know. Let me think about this. There's that blue in there. How did that blue get in there? Okay, we can test a few things without too much effort. Button update state. We no longer need this, as we are now properly doing the thing. What we're going to do is we're going to test each quad in turn here. Int skip index equals 0. If index not equal to skip index, then we do the thing. So what we think is quad 0, it better be the top left-hand corner, and it should show up as magenta. We're just going to make sure the quads are positioned where we think they should be. So that is quad 0. That looks correct. So quad 1 should be this top bar. going around the outside in a clockwise fashion. I mean, we could even cheat. There's the top bar. 2, that should be the top right. We could add like a little keyboard thing. Cool back button. It's getting there. Me too, I'm working on a project, and to not deal with endiness, I'm just iterating byte by byte for now. I'm losing some performance though. Yep. It turns out that endiness swapping is a little bit faster than reading things byte by byte. There are some things you can do to mitigate that though. Okay, so that's 0, 1, 2. So that's 2, that's correct. 3 should be the right bar. So it depends on when you're iterating. Are you iterating over a file or iterating over a buffer? If you read a file into a buffer, iterating byte by byte is not going to cost you quite as much as if you're making multiple reads to a file. Slurp the file into a buffer, then walk the buffer. That's going to be more efficient. So that's 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So bottom right should be 4. You are iterating over buffer. Yeah, so if that's still your performance issue, then yep. I tried there, but I don't think it's where my bottleneck is anyway. Oh, okay. My ints are guaranteed to be half empty, so I probably can just test both ends once. Or on startup, you check a magic number that you read from a file somewhere. Okay, good. On the bottom bar. Like ints with any number of bytes from 1 to 64. Ah, yes. Okay. I assume the supported integer size is like 1, 2, 4, 8 bytes. My bigger bottleneck is a hash map that I need to access a few times per element of my buffer. Yep. Hashes. Everybody talks about how fast they are until they rely on them in a core feature of their program. There's a really good YouTube video I found once where the guy was talking about optimizing his compiler, and one of the things he had to do was look up keywords in a hash. And he went to a great amount of detail on how he created a static perfect hash. But even then, you still have to follow it up with a string compare, right? So he got a big speed performance boost, but I think there's a better way. But it involves doing your compiler differently. So. Yeah, true. I could probably use the work that's been done for me already. Yeah. I mean, reinvent the wheel. You don't know how the wheel works until you've built it yourself. Oh, bits, not bytes. Oh, yeah. I see. Oh, yeah. Static perfect hashes would be cool, but yeah. Oh, well. 7, 8. 8 should be the center. Yeah. Yeah, especially if it's dynamic. There's not much you can do about that. Or well, yeah. Okay, so all the quads are 100% placed correctly. Good. Next thing to consider. Oh, let's skip index. Goes away. Code is just like it was. So let's go back to this. I had let's just get this information back out. When it comes to optimization, the more you know about your data, the better before you ever start. Okay, so normal. Top normal, top right normal, bottom right normal, bottom normal, left normal, left normal. So in theory, these are at least getting the correct UV key. In theory. Okay, so there was at least two problems I've heard of. One was this guy was contracted out to some big database firm that was serving up tons of data, and hover center. Okay, top left, top right, right, bottom left, center. Okay, so all that's as expected. No errors there, which means the UVs we are storing are incorrect, which puts us back in this stage of the game where we're computing our UVs. Anyway, so he goes in there, he pokes around and does some digging, and he gets the story. Basically, every few years it would start getting slow, so they would add a bunch of caches and indices and looking up more keys and indirects to the data. And it would get a little faster for a while, and then a little while later it would slow down some more, and then just buy new hardware. Bigger hardware. This is back in the day of big iron, not the cloud like you kids use. Anyway, he went in and he said, "All right, well let's just try the first thing. Let's just turn off the caches and indices." We're like, "Well, but that's how it runs so fast." He's like, "Well, let's just try it," and turned it all off. And it turns out that over the years, the accumulation of all the indices and caching was using up all the resources. So as soon as they turned it off, the amount of hardware they'd purchased, like they'd spent big bucks every few years to replace their hardware, was plenty fast enough, but like somewhere along the way there was a trade-off, and they crossed that trade-off and didn't realize it. Just kept buying more hardware. Or another kid, he was doing an optimization problem. It was kind of fun to listen through. I don't have the link available with me right now, but I can look it up. And kind of a similar thing. As part of the improvements, he added a caching, memoization type step, and then he worked his way through the problem over and over, different iterations and different changes. And when he had fully restructured the problem, he got it down to this pretty good time. It's like, well, wait a minute. Is my cache even hitting anymore because of these optimizations? So he turned off his caching, and boom, it like got another order of magnitude speed up. So it's when the best performance benefits come when you restructure the entire problem into a different problem that you can solve more efficiently. Yeah. Let me dig up some links and I'll put them in the Discord. You're on the Discord. Yeah, I'll throw them in the Discord or on Twitter or Twitch or what do they call it now? X? Yeah, so let me see if I can find the database, the optimization links. Database optimization. And I'll throw in the other. Actually, we've talked about another video already 2 about optimization, so and a couple of optimization videos. I don't know if I'll be able to find the database one again. The other 2 I know I've got bookmarked, but X, formerly known as Twitter. Is that the whole name? That's a long one to write out. Jeez. Yeah, I'll throw it in the Discord. I'll throw it on X, Twitter, whatever. At least what I can dig back up. That talk, the database optimization talk. I hope I have that still bookmarked. Anyway. Okay, so UV indices. Problem the first. Okay, let's see about this. Did I close GIMP? I did not close GIMP, so I can look at GIMP side by side with this. Center. Starting at pixel 10, all the way over to pixel 14. Where's 10? 10 to 14. Down to not 9. 9? Uh-oh. No, down to 10. Okay, 10 and 14. Yes. So that does still describe that center rectangle. And the center rectangle does not change. So let's start with top left normal. 0, 0, 12 width, 12 height. Let's see here. Is it, I don't know if it's even beneficial for me to show. That's how you see it written in news articles now. Oh, jeez. What a world we live in. Where are we at? 5:30? 5:30. I can maybe go another half hour trying to debug this. But I need to think. Yesterday, I was specifying XY coordinates exactly like that shown. Okay, so how does this map to image warehouse here? Reload everything, that's gonna suck. I'll go to the bottom. Boom. So 0, 0, I agree. X, Y. So let's calculate 12 over, what is it, 64 pixels wide? So 188. Should be fine. And 0. Then we go down 12 pixels out of 10, 128.094. Maybe we just need more decimals. That would be one thing to consider. And then X back to the origin, and then down there. Yeah. Okay. So honestly, these don't look that far off. So what am I doing wrong then? Very strange. My UV values look okay. Now it's getting the right key lookups. It's like top left normal is this row here. Okay. So a question. What is the easiest way for me to see where something is being drawn? Come over to this image. And create a new layer on top. We're going to cover one of these quadrants in an obnoxious color. Lime green. Perfect. What? Oh, come on. Bucket. Lime green. Save. File. Export. Button. I don't think this logging is necessary right now. But those look correct as far as that goes. Shell, cd tools, bin, dot slash, bed, PNGs. We're just going to see what happens here. Oh, okay, that's definitely not right. Good to know, good to know. So you can see the upper corner is correct. That is the right section of the image. Oh, I wonder. Let's go to settings. Ooh, that's hideous. Absolutely hideous. Let's go big and go back to the sandbox. Okay, so that's definitely wrong. Multiple reasons. Center texture is obviously not right. And yet, pixel 10, width of 4, height of 4. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Top left. Top no, 24 to 36. 0 to 12. Huh. So that green dot in the center does make sense. Okay, back to the image. Okay, so that's top left. Let's go top right.
Table.
Call it green test layer. Export. Tools bin slash embed pngs.exe. It's good. Okay. So that corner looks correct. And in fact, when we hover, it's correct. So let's try this corner, which is wrong. It's the wrong way around. So we're going to move this thing down here. Export. Go. File. Right. Whoa, okay, that is not at all the corner I thought it was. So when we specified our UVs, they are backwards, at least partially. Good to know. So that's the bottom left and probably bottom right backwards. Let's just run that test real quick. Export. Build. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. So this one. Yeah, so bottom left and bottom right are backwards in our list. So images, text, bottom right and bottom left are backwards. Which is probably true in all cases here. Right is not 0, left. So bottom right, left. Oops. Right. on that. Figuring out our UVs, always fun. Especially when it gets more complicated, like the packing data. Okay. So this one being all white doesn't concern me. This one being all dark gray doesn't concern me. Okay, so let's test the edges. All right, move. We're going to do the top bar. So we will export over the top of that. Re-embed our data. Recompile. So this should be the top bar. Wrong. That is the top bar. What is this gradient here? 24 to 36. That is 24 with an height of 36. So this is the top bar. Let's take a look at images, text, normal. This is just the top bar. It starts at pixel 24, 0, 12, and 12. So this line here is 12. There's 36. Okay, so two questions. Satisfied with this corner, this corner, this corner, and this corner. So the corners are fine. Something's going on with the edges. Is it because it's stretching? I don't know why the colors are changing out here at the edges. See that gradient there? There's no gradient in my image. Is it because when it's stretching, I don't want it to stretch. I want it to do something. So let's see here. There's a there's probably an OpenGL call for what I want, which would be found where texture dot So these bars are being stretched, which I guess makes sense. Does it? Does it really? So So because we're stretching things, it's interpolating out colors beyond the edge of our UV. So let's see. This thing, who knows what the heck it's doing? Oh, okay, that is incorrect right there. Woo. Okay, well, let's move to the next one, I guess. Just slowly debugging. Yeah. So that's the top bar. If we go down the right side, export. Yeah, it's like it's bleeding green into the next guy over, just like this one was bleeding over into this guy. Do I need to put a pixel in between everything? I really don't like that idea. Okay, so OpenGL, looks like we're getting some stretching issues. OpenGL texture stretch versus, there's like a repeat, I'm pretty sure. Or tile. GL text parameter. Scale 0 to 1 if you get past the boundary according to your parameter of GL repeat. GL texture wrap S and T. So maybe we just need that GL texture wrap S is the Are they going to tell me which one is? I think it's S is the X coordinate. So GL texture wrap S sets the wrapper parameter for texture coordinates S to either clamp to edge, mirrored repeat, or GL repeat. GL clamp to edge causes S coordinates to be clamping to the range, blah, blah, blah. Okay. GL text parameters. Let's go look at what our textures do. Probably something we can. GL text parameter. Clamp to edge. S and T. Min filter, mag filter, wrap, clamp. Okay, so right now we're clamping to edge. If I want to make a function, actually, you know what? Let's just cheat. We'll cheat. What's it called? GL repeat. There we are. Let's just set it to repeat and see what happens. There's no way this is going to look good. I'm pretty sure this is what we need to do, but we might have to do it in such a way that it's not convenient given how we've set things up. Ooh, almost 6. Okay, almost time to get going. We have to continue this tomorrow. So GL repeat did not seem to do me any good. Do I need to scale the whole image size up? So this bottom bar does sit next to. Oh, wait a second. What about? GL repeat. I really don't want to break up my texture into many small textures. One for the X stretch, one for Y stretch, one for clamp. It's that piece there. What if we go to are we getting that one extra pixel? That's one question. Where would I verify that? Image warehouse dot. So center. Let's find one that's easy to work with. Actually, the images look. The corners look fine. It's only the stretched out bars that make me sad. Settings. Make it small. Same issues. So it's not a screen scale issue. But are we getting one extra pixel? Or one fewer pixel? Alright, let's try this. Let's do this. We're going to embed PNGs. Everywhere where we have modulus 0.3f. Modulus 0.6f. Oh. 0.3f with modulus 0.6f. Let's just give ourselves more precision. Build. Images. Okay. More precision didn't change anything. Or I need to build it. Hold on. Okay. Okay, that did not fix anything. The extra precision does not matter. which I kind of suspected anyways. It's fine, it doesn't cost me anything. Oh, the default ones I should. I don't have to. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Build target equals embed PNGs. Okay, so the precision did not change anything. Okay, back to image warehouse. Let's see if that center one makes any sense. Okay. So we get a calculator. And I told it 10 pixels out of 64.15625. So that is correct. And then 10 pixels out of 128.078125. Yeah, this is looking about right. Wait a second. Why is this one different from this one? Oh, the x-axis moves over 4 pixels. So 14 over 64 is 0.2187. Yep. Same height. Then I move down, so 14 over 128. Oh. 109,375. Correct. Okay, so these coordinates look correct. I'm gonna have to have 3 textures. Well, 6 o'clock. I probably ought to get going. Yeah, probably should get going. Right, we'll debug some more UV stuff tomorrow. This is close. Close. But thanks for joining me. Have a wonderful evening. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks for all the chats. Always appreciate some good back and forth. Yep. Catch you later. Bye-bye.